And welcome into the hot shop to the couple that just joined us here and there. Today we're going to be working on a couple of different projects. We may get started on one larger project, which has not been described to me yet, so just sit tight. We're about to get started here. Now, I already described this a little bit earlier, but that back there is our glass furnace. And you can see Gabe has just gathered a really small amount of glass on the end of that pipe. And I like to describe the glass as the texture of honey. And so just like gathering a little bit of honey out of a pot with a wooden dowel, all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers up the glass in a very similar way. And in this case, Gabe has just picked up a little piece of color on the end of that clear glass. And this is a piece of color bar. So it looks like over on that left bench, they're going to get started on something called a color drop or a color overlay, which is the process of taking that color, dropping it on top of a small clear bubble, and then spreading it that smooth over top of that little clear bubble, creating a really even layer of color across our entire piece. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention and I'll come right over. And just to point out, that small metal table that he's rolling the glass on, this is called the marver. And we actually have multiple of these marvers throughout the room. Our largest one is down kind of close to the center bench here. And you'll see us shape the glass on these. They're also cooling the surface of the glass down. Sometimes this is just a side product of shaping that glass. Sometimes we use that purposefully though. So we're cooling down certain areas of our glass so that it will blow out in a certain way. You may see us do that later on. And at this point, you can see that Sarah has also created a small bubble of clear glass on the end of a hollow pipe. And this is where they're going to drop that color on top. They're going to drop it on top of that small clear bubble. And then they'll evenly spread that over top and create that really smooth, even layer of color. And that nozzle that Sarah just used for a brief second there, this is just blowing some compressed air. And this will usually cool the glass down a little bit faster than if they were to just let it sit in the air. And now, as Sarah holds her pipe upright, Gabe will come over with that color and drop it right on top. And this will be cut off before being lightly pressed down into a little bit of a disc shape. And as you may have noticed, the clear bubble is pretty cold when they drop that color on top. This is so that clear bubble kind of holds its shape as they spread that color over the surface. So now, just like Gabe was doing earlier, Sarah's now going to start rolling this glass on that marver as well, starting to slowly push that color back over top of the clear bubble. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Everyone in the front row, hello. Today we have our hot shop team members, so the people that work here pretty much full time blowing glass in our hot shop. They're going to be working on some very specific projects. One of them is for an auction that we just had this previous weekend. And this project that they're just getting started on, I believe, is one that they haven't explained to me yet. So we're going to be seeing what it is at the same time as each other. But over on that left bench is where they're working on this glass currently. And usually they'll start the projects over on the side benches, and then they'll bring it over to the center bench where they start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. So you guys will be able to see it at the center bench a little bit better later on, but we do have it up on the screen as well. Right there, Sarah was just picking out some small bubbles in the glass that had been gathered up from the furnace before we continue to keep molding this piece and blowing this piece out. We don't want those air bubbles to become trapped. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over and answer your question in just a moment. But I'm going to get us started on just a little overview of the hot shop, just in case you haven't heard it already. So everything we're doing in here is starting in our furnaces, and these are the large tanks with the closed doors specifically. So we've been gathering out of this left one here, just to point one out for you, the closed door tank. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, which you might remember from your science of art lesson. And so just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, we will simply stick our pipe into the glass and then turn, and that gathers a ball of glass on the end of our pipe. And then from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe, just like a straw. The air will go all the way through and inflate that glass like a balloon. And then from there, we have to continuously reheat our glass to make sure we can continue working with it. This will keep it at a sort of taffy or putty texture. And so that's where these open face furnaces are coming into play. You'll see them at the center and left bench today. These are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And I will now take questions. So before I answer that question, I'm just going to mention something real quick. If you look inside the glass, you'll notice that it seems like there's a different color of glass on the inside. And this is something that you walked in kind of right after it happened, but there's something called a color drop or color overlay. So as we blow this piece out, you're going to be able to see that color almost look as if it's coming to the surface of the glass. And this is giving us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So there is a bubble inside of this glass right now. You just can't see it because it's underneath that layer of colored glass inside. And I see a couple of new people have joined the hot shop here and there. So just to give you guys an idea of what's going on over on that left bench, they are starting on their first project of the day. And this is just going to be a blown vessel of some sort. It doesn't have a specific shape or size currently. They're still working with it, figuring out what they're going to do with it. But they're going to be using some special techniques that I haven't even seen. So over there, Gabe is actually using a blowtorch to preheat a graphite tool. And this graphite tool is going to be used on this glass on the left bench to give it some varying thicknesses throughout the blown vessel, so I've been told. So if we were to touch glass to a cold tool, it could cause rippling in the surface. It could cause maybe even small cracking and shocking from the extreme temperature difference of the hot versus the cold. We don't want to get any of that rippling in our glass, otherwise it would just alter how our piece looks. So I just got a good question. How is the glass made? And for our perspective, we simply throw a mixture into the furnace. This mixture is made of mostly silica sand. So just like Minecraft, we kind of melt sand down in a furnace and turn it into glass. But we also add a little bit of soda and lime, so soda ash and limestone. And this is going to lower the melting point of the glass. So instead of it melting at, I don't know, maybe like 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it melts at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to help us save a little bit of energy. And it's just going to leave us with a clear glass. It's not going to alter that glass any more than changing that melting point. Now, I'll mention this real quick. Up on the screen or over on that left bench, you can see Sarah's working with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And that may sound like an odd tool to use with glass newspaper, but it's actually very commonly used in the hot shop. As you can see, it allows us to get really close with our hands, basically using our hands to shape and mold that glass. And the paper in the water is going to insulate the newspapers. It's going to prevent the heat from traveling to our hands. So you could think of the pipe as maybe like a frying pan handle. As long as it's not directly in the heat, that pipe is not going to heat up very much. Now, every now and then, if we're working with a large amount of glass, or if we gather a lot of clear glass over and over again from that furnace with the closed door, this is going to start to move the heat towards our hands. And so then we use a pipe cooler. And this is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the pipe, and it cools it down almost instantly. And just to point one out to you guys, if it's over here, yep. So over on this side of the hot shop, we have one just down in the front as an example here. And we have one over on the left side of the hot shop as well, but that one's a little bit out of the way and hard for you guys to see. So they've just gathered one more layer of clear glass over top of what they already have. And they actually dripped a lot of that glass off into that bucket that you saw on screen. You could kind of see the glow from inside of the bucket. And this is called a strip gather. So this is just giving us a partial layer of glass. And then they come over to this tool that they were briefly mentioning earlier. And it looks like they are completely rotating it around. So this is going to give us lines of different thickness across our piece. And this tool is made out of graphite, just to mention that again. We use many different tools in the hot shop. We have wooden tools, graphite tools, steel tools. So I know I haven't mentioned the temperature of this torch here yet. So this is running at around the same temperature as the furnace, which is maybe around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with this torch, you can see that they're able to heat up a specific area of the glass more than other areas. So they can focus some heat in a specific place rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And so in this case, they're heating up that back end of the piece kind of close to the connection to the pipe. And this is in preparation for a jack line, which you'll see them create in just a moment here. You can see that Ben has a pair of jacks in his hand. You can see up on the screen as well. Ben is the one sitting down at the bench. And by the way, the person who sits down at the bench, they're called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glassblowing team leader. And when you come to the museum, that'll change day by day very frequently because we have visiting artists that come in, and sometimes they'll just switch to kind of give each other breaks or to take the creative lead for a little bit. So now Ben is going in with that pair of jacks, and he's squeezing down on the glass, but he's not going to squeeze all the way down. We want air to be able to pass through into that bubble still. And this is creating something called a jack line. Once again, this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And once again, this nozzle here, this is blowing some compressed air onto the glass. And this is going to cool it down more rapidly than if we were to just leave it alone and let it sit in the room temperature air. So they were trying to cool down that connection there to stop it from moving so much. You could see it was kind of flopping back and forth because that connection was so hot. So now they have a little bit more control and stability. And for anyone that recently joined, by the way, this is just a blown vessel at the center bench. So this is just going to turn into a larger version of itself. It's going to be blown a little bit bigger, but it's not meant to have really a specific shape. And right here, you can see that they're flattening the bottom of this piece using a wooden paddle. And this is why these paddles are so dark. Sometimes people think that they are metal or some other material, but these are in fact wood. They've just been charred so much that they've turned black. And so this is just going to give this piece a nice flat bottom to sit on. So it will sit nice and straight on a level surface, such as a table. Now, just a reminder for anyone that recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I will come right over. I know I've been hanging out in the front quite a bit over here, but there have been a lot of questions with our 6th grade group here. Oh, and now you can see they are using a very interesting technique at the center bench. They're using a pair of blades called the pachofis. These look very similar to the jacks, you'll notice, which are those 2 metal blades, but we have wooden blades instead. And so this is going to be really gentle on that glass. They're able to use the tips of the blade to push in the bottom of this piece. If we were to do this with those jacks, this would just kind of gouge a hole or scrape into the bottom of this piece. So these pachofis are really helpful for this specific technique. So some of you have already noticed, but over on that left bench, Gabe is getting started on another pipe. This is also a hollow pipe, so he is going to be blowing a bubble into this glass over there. This is going to eventually be attached to the bottom of this piece that they have at the center bench. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe at the center bench. And you'll see how they do that in just a moment here. So over on that left bench, you could see that Gabe has actually blown this bubble out into pretty much a balloon shape. And at the center bench, they're just letting this piece rest. They're going to heat it up inside of the furnace every now and then to make sure that everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. If we let it go below that temperature, then something could crack or break from thermal shock, which is when the glass cools down too rapidly. So after creating that hollow shape over on that left bench, Gabe is now just heating up one section of that glass, and that's where it's going to be connected to the bottom of this piece at the center bench. So now you can see the opening to that bowl shape is super hot, it's glowing, and this is going to be attached right to the bottom of this donut shape at the center bench. And after making sure that that pipe is on center, they go ahead and break that piece off from its original pipe. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty. Just to let you guys know, this one is a rather complex punty. A very simple one would be just a small clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe, but this is a hollow shape on the end of a hollow pipe. All right, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined us. At the center bench, you could see that we are working on a pretty large piece, and they are choosing to describe this piece as simply a hollow form. So it is kind of a miscellaneous item, just maybe a decorative piece like a vase. And they have just attached a second piece of glass to the bottom of this piece, and then they broke it off from its original pipe. So when they take this piece out, you'll see that we have a small opening on the end, and this is where they're going to be able to start opening this up a little bit. And I'll just give you guys a little overview of the hot shop since we have a lot of new people in here. And so I'll point out our first furnace just to orient you a little bit. Right here, this is a large tank with a closed door. This is our glass furnace. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. And they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. And so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass and then turn, and it's going to gather a ball on the end. Then from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands that glass like a balloon. And then we have to make sure we're keeping our glass warm so that it stays at this sort of putty or taffy texture, so we can continue to work with it and blow this glass out. So this is where open face furnaces are coming into play. The large furnaces with the bright light inside of them, these are running between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, I will point out this small torch that we're using at the center bench here is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you can see, they just used it for a moment there, but now the opening to this piece is glowing hot. So this allows us to get some very concentrated heat in a really small area, and it allows us to get some nice details in our glass. And our furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air, but our torches are actually running off of propane and oxygen. And I just want to let you all know, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I'll come right over and answer that question. This applies to everyone in the audience. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. So just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, all of our glass projects start with gathering a little bit of glass on the end of a small metal pipe. And so we start with maybe just this much glass for all of our projects, and then we build upon that layer after layer after layer and continue blowing that bubble out and out. And this is how we make our projects bigger when it comes to blown glass anyways. Now, this is very interesting. As you can see, Ben is going in with a drill. This has a tungsten bit in it, and they superheated the end of that bit and pushed it into the glass as they drilled at the same time. And this is kind of drilling and melting a hole into that glass at the same time. And you'll see them do this if we don't want to create a vacuum in the glass. We don't want to completely close off a bubble of glass, or sorry, a bubble of air inside of the glass. Otherwise, that would create a vacuum, which could cause the glass to implode on itself. And so this drilling of holes is going to prevent that. Now they're continuing to use this super hot handheld torch just in the center of this piece. They're going in with a pair of tweezers, and it looks like they're slowly widening a hole that they have in the center there by just going in the middle with the tweezers and then opening up slightly. So if you haven't noticed by now, they have actually pushed that hole all the way through into that little clear cone that they have attached to the bottom of this donut shape. And so now they're kind of working on the inside of that donut shape and kind of perfecting it, but the hole actually goes all the way through and into that clear attachment attached to the pipe. And that's why it was so important that they drilled that hole in the side earlier. That's been drilled directly into that donut shape, which is now an enclosed bubble all the way around, except for that hole. And I was just asking them about the color, and they said that it's probably going to be a sort of apricot color in the end, but we won't be able to see the true color of the glass until it's cooled down quite a bit. But just believe us that it'll probably be an apricot color. And as you can see, as they've been heating this glass up over and over again, it's been slowly heating up that connection point just a little bit as well. So they just quickly went in with a little bit of compressed air, and they cooled down that connection point so it's not moving around so much as they're working with the glass. So this is their final form here. That clear that they have attached to the bottom that's holding this donut to the pipe is actually going to come off later on. They're saying that it should just pop off pretty easily, but if not, then they'll be able to grind it away. And as you can see, we are breaking this piece off using a little bit of water at that connection point, causing shocking and cracking. Then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their first piece of the day. And this is going into the annealer, which I'll point out is that black box on the left side of the room. This is staying at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will cool that glass down very slowly, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow so that it doesn't break from that thermal shock. And they should get started on their next project pretty soon here. So if you stick around, you'll see the beginning of that. So just as I promised over on that left bench, it looks like they're getting started on that next project right away. And you can see that Gabe has a piece of color bar on the end of his pipe. And this is going to start us off on our project. This is going to create something called a color drop or color overlay. This will give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our piece, just like with that donut that we saw previously with the apricot color. So as you can see, they just dropped that color on top of a small clear bubble. And this is the first step to that color overlay. So now they're going to start smoothing and spreading that color out over top of that clear bubble until it's completely covered that clear. And this is going to give us a really smooth look for our project later on. And you could kind of think of it like a balloon. So as we continue to blow that color out, it's just going to become a thinner and thinner layer. So we have to know how much we need to use right from the beginning so that we don't blow it too thin and it becomes too diluted. So this piece that they're getting started on here, for those who are here for the last piece, this is going to become another one of those donut shapes, much like that last one here. This one could be a different color. Once again, it's pretty hard to tell in the early stages of blowing this glass what color it's going to be. So right here, you'll notice that they're letting this glass rest and cool down quite a bit before they gather their next layer of clear. And from here on, every layer of clear that they're gathering, this is just them kind of building up mass for the piece, just getting enough glass for the piece that they want to make, since they already have the color that they need. And in between gathering layers of clear, we have to let what we currently have cool down. And this is because we could lose that shape or even strip some glass off into the tank when we gather. And so it's especially important to let the glass cool down if there's color on the surface, so it doesn't come off into the clear tank and kind of tarnish, taint everything in there. So the annealer on the right side of the hot shop, that large black box, that was used yesterday. And usually the pieces take at least overnight to cool down, and then maybe even a little bit longer, just so we can touch them. They might still be a few hundred degrees Fahrenheit, so they just let them cool down a little extra. So I just had a good question, so I wanted to bring it up real quick, which is a good point for you all. So we turn off our furnaces at night once we're done using them, which are these large open-face furnaces. We turn them back on in the morning. They take maybe 1 or 2 hours to heat up. And then our clear glass furnaces, the tanks with the closed doors, those actually stay running 24/7. If we were to let that glass fully cool down, it could actually destroy the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of, because as something heats up, it expands. As something cools down, it kind of shrinks on itself sometimes or expands, depends on the material. And so this would kind of crush the ceramic wall by holding onto it and moving. And so it's important that we leave it running 24/7. It is 1,000 pounds of clear glass. And right here, Gabe is actually spraying some water into the tank. I always have people that ask me why he does that, so I'm just bringing it up before you even ask. And this is because he's popping air bubbles on the surface of the glass. So we don't gather that air bubble into our glass. We don't want the air bubble to be trapped in our piece, so this will just help us avoid that. So over on the left side of the hot shop, maybe a little bit hard to see right now, but they're actually using one of those pipe coolers right now. I brought them up a little bit earlier. So it's just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the handle or onto the pipe, cooling it down pretty rapidly so we can handle the pipe closer to that glass once again. And that is how we keep the heat from spreading to our hands for the most part. Now, this wooden spoon-shaped tool that Sarah's been using on and off here, this is called a block, and these are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And this is going to kind of smooth and even all of that glass out, as well as creating a little bit of a colder layer of glass on the very outside. And this is going to help that bubble blow out evenly from inside. Now, I may have mentioned these earlier, but just to mention them again, right here you can see Sarah's using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to kind of change the shape of this glass. We started off with a pretty round shape, and we've actually extended that bubble out, giving us a longer, narrower shape. And now from here, we will gather one more layer of glass, just like with that earlier donut. And then we will actually be using a special tool to get these ridges on the glass. I'll make sure to point that out before or around when it's happening. So over on the right side of the hot shop, you can see Gabe is actually starting to heat that graphite tool up. And he's using a large fluffy flame to do so. And this flame is probably running around the same temperature as our furnaces, maybe between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we preheat some tools before we use them because we don't want hot glass to be touching a cold tool. If we do such a thing, then we may get rippling or maybe even small cracks in the surface of the glass. In this case, the glass is going to be super hot, so we're just trying to avoid that rippling. So for anyone that recently joined, over on that left bench, we have started our second project of the day. This is going to turn into a large sort of donut shape. And so right now, we're actually letting this glass cool down a little bit in preparation for gathering one more layer of clear glass. We usually have to let that glass cool down a bit so that we're not going to lose the shape of what we have. We don't want it to be moving around inside of that hot glass furnace. And just to point that furnace out to you, we'll be gathering from this large tank with the closed door here. That's where we hold all of our clear molten glass. And it stays in there at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you watch them gather, you'll see that the glass has a texture kind of like honey. And they're actually going to let a lot of that glass drip right back off the end of the bubble in something called a strip gather. So this is just giving them a partial layer of that clear. And next, they're going to use this graphite tool that they prepared earlier to give it these grooves all the way around the sides of the bubble. And the way that they described this tool earlier to me is that this will kind of give us varying thicknesses in the glass later on when we blow it out a little bit. So we will kind of have that bumpy surface still later on as we blow it out. And over there, they're using that pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. This is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the pipe so that we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass again. And we will usually prepare the glass and the bubbles over on the side benches, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench where we start to blow it out and turn it into its final shape. So in this case, we are creating a donut shape for those that just joined in. And for those that just joined or recently joined, I just wanted to let you all know, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention and I'll come right over. And that applies to everyone in the audience, just in case you didn't know. So right now, Ben is actually going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And I always like to point these out when they start using them because we use them very frequently for many different things in the hot shop. So right here, he's actually cutting into that little end piece, and it looks like they're going to cut it all the way off. It's just a little bit of excess thick, clear glass that we don't need. And they're going to finish cutting that off using a pair of shears. And those are specifically diamond shears, so they have 4 blades that when they connect, they create a diamond shape. And if I didn't mention this torch already to everyone that's new in here, this is probably running between the same temperature as the furnace at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is going to allow us to heat a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside the furnace. So right here, we're going to apply extra heat to the back end of the piece, kind of near where it's connected to the pipe. And this is in preparation for making something called a jack line. I'll point that out when they get started on it. So having teams of 3 in a glass blowing team is actually pretty common. You have someone that can blow, you can have someone that's sitting at the bench and shaping the glass, and then you have a third person that can heat up the glass, and they can also shield the sculpting artist from the heat using these wooden paddles against their arms. You may see that a little bit later on. So right here, Ben is actually using a graphite paddle to lightly flatten the bottom as Gabe is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe. So you may not notice it because it's kind of a slow change, but this glass is slowly expanding and getting bigger and a little bit thinner even as they continue to blow into that pipe. And once again, this is going to turn into a donut shape for anyone that's recently joined, just to point that out. And so they're going to work on this end of the glass first, that's furthest away from the pipe. They're going to turn that into almost a bowl shape, and then they'll flip the orientation, start working on the other side, turning that into a a bowl shape, and then connect those two bowls together at the bottom. That's going to create that donut shape. And if that's a little bit confusing, you'll be able to see that process yourself later on and understand it a little bit better. And somebody asked me about color earlier, so I just wanted to play a short video on how we got the color in this piece so you guys have a better understanding of it. This process that we used is called a color drop or color overlay. So can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as you can see, they've pretty much completely flattened the bottom of this piece, and now they're actually going to start kind of caving it in into that bowl shape that I was describing earlier. And the way that they're going to do this is by using a pair of blades called the pachofis. And those were those two wooden blades that Ben used for just a moment there. And you'll notice that it's very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have those wood blades, which are going to be very soft on the glass. We can actually use the tips of them to push into the glass. It's not going to cause any scraping or any gouging. So they're going to create that bowl shape on this end, and then they'll have to create that bowl shape on the other end as well. And that's going to push the bottoms of the two bowls together, and then they'll be able to create a hole right in the middle of those, right in that connection. And over on this left bench, Gabe is actually working with some clear glass on the end of a hollow pipe. And this is turned into a little bit of a bowl shape as well. This is going to be attached to the bottom of this piece at the center bench here, and will later be removed as well. This is just a temporary connection so that we can access the other side of this piece that's attached to the pipe right now. So now they've just attached that little clear bowl to the bottom of this piece of the center bench. And they're going to break this piece off of its original pipe by applying a little bit of water, causing shocking and cracking in the glass. And then tapping the pipe will create a vibration that travels to those cracks created by the water. It breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to this other side of the piece. We could do the same thing that we did to the other side, which is kind of caving it in and creating a bowl shape. And this will create a donut shape when those two bowls attach together. And as this piece was cooling down slowly, you saw it change color a little bit. We got to see a little bit more of that true color. It looks like this piece is going to be a green. So this piece cooled down quite a bit when they removed it from its original pipe. So they're working on heating this back up to a workable temperature again, kind of to a taffy or putty texture. And they don't want to heat up the entire thing because we just want to edit that one half of the donut that we have not worked with yet. So it looks like they're trimming off a little bit of excess glass using a pair of shears. Those were those little scissor-shaped tools that they were using. You could just think of them as glass scissors. And for those that recently joined, I just wanted to let you guys know that we're working on a sort of donut shape right now. And so this is the second half of the piece. The bottom of the piece is actually what's attached to the pipe currently. And we're going to have to push the top of this piece in to create that second half of the donut. So you'll be able to see them do that in just a bit here. So as you just saw, they used a cone-shaped tool to push the top of this piece in. And this tool is actually called the Soffietta. They usually use that cone to block off the opening to a piece, and then they'll blow a little extra air in. But in this case, they plugged their thumb on the end of the tool so no air could escape and then push down, which kind of has the same effect. It's making sure that no air is escaping. It's kind of pushing the sides of the donut out. Now, I want to point out this torch that they're going to start using here. This small handheld torch is actually the hottest item in our hot shop. You may notice from that bright blue flame. And this torch, I've been told, can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass. It's over double the heat of the furnaces. So this will very quickly heat up a small area of glass, and it allows us to get some really nice details in our glass usually. So as you may have noticed, they use that torch to superheat the very center of the donut, and then they actually kind of poked through into the clear glass bubble that's attached to the pipe. And so now they actually have a hole going all the way through that donut, and they're now going to start going in and kind of touching up, making sure that that's nice and smooth and they have the shape that they want. So this tool right here, Ben is using is the Pachofis. You may remember them from earlier. It's those wooden blades, very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades. And you can see he's kind of going up and down at an angle, and this is following along the curve on the inside of the donut, and this is smoothing it all out. So instead of having maybe a little bit of a wonky shape, this is going to kind of just round those edges back out and perfect everything that they have. And they told me earlier that this clear attachment that's attached in between the pipe and the donut is supposed to actually kind of just pop off later on, and then we should just have that donut by itself. If it doesn't pop off, we have something called a cold shop where we can grind and polish our glass as well. And so they may use that as well to kind of just perfect it, get any sharp edges off. And this nozzle, if I haven't mentioned already, is just blowing some compressed air. It's going to cool that glass down more rapidly than if we were to just let it sit at room temperature. And now this is interesting. They're actually going to start blowing this compressed air into that small hole that they drilled in the side of this donut. And they're trying to reinflate the donut just a little bit. And remember, this piece is supposed to turn out a green color at the end. Right now it's so hot that it's glowing orange. It's going to continue to go between that spectrum of green and orange as it heats up and cools down. But that final color is going to be green. So you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off the pipe when somebody gets suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And so these Kevlar gloves are going to protect Sarah from that glass as she picks it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And usually before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torch that connection briefly, but now they're going in with a little bit of water, causing some shocking and cracking right at that breaking point, and then tapping the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for their second piece of the day. So this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on that left wall. This will slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see that piece until tomorrow. It's just going to stay at that steady 950 until we're ready. We press a button, and then it slowly cools down. So as it gets either getting started over on that left bench again, starting with our color application process through a color overlay. So Gabe right there has a piece of color bar on the end of his pipe, and this is just going to be a white, it looks like. And this is eventually going to be heated up and then dropped onto a small clear bubble. And this will create that really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, much like that last one we made with that smooth green color. So I'll speak on my microphone because my voice is pretty quiet. But they usually watch for movement, so it's really hard to know exactly how long because the different glasses can be a different thickness and different colors actually heat up and move differently as well. So when they put something inside of the furnace, it's hardly moving, and then it's moving a little bit, and then it starts to move a little bit more, and then that's around when you want to take it out. You don't want it to be out of control, and you also don't want it to be so stiff that you can't edit it. So they usually just watch for movement, I believe. And these guys, they've been blowing glass for over 20 years individually, and so they have just a really good feel for it already. They kind of just know how long to heat something up. See, Gabe is not even looking as he's heating something up right now. All right, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined us. Right now, we are going to get started on our next donut. So if you were here earlier, we were working on making some donuts, and this is going to be a sort of opal white colored one. And over on that left bench, they've already applied that white color. It's underneath this layer of clear that they just gathered here. Sarah's now going in with a wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. And this is going to kind of smooth and even all of that glass out. And as you can see, the block is kept in water. So at the same time, this is going to cool down the surface of the glass, kind of creating a crust of harder glass. So when we blow, this is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. There's a lot of science involved in glass blowing. Glass blowing is a really good example of science and art kind of coming together. So I will point out real quick that we usually start our projects on the side benches, such as blowing the bubble and applying our color and all of that, and then we'll move it over to the center bench where we start to finally blow it out to its final shape and really start to shape it and then put it away. So over on that left bench, they've already applied their color. Right now, you literally cannot see this color. It has turned transparent from the heat, and sometimes certain white colors can do that. So this is a sort of opal white, and it has turned transparent because it's so hot right now. But as we let this piece cool down later on, you'll be able to see that true color kind of come to be. And for anyone that recently joined, once again, we are creating a sort of donut shape. And we've made 2 of these earlier today already. This will be our 3rd one. And this one is an opal white color, which you won't be able to see until a little bit later on when the piece is cooled down. And every now and then, after gathering some layers of clear, you'll see our artists use a pipe cooler. So over on that left side of the hot shop, Sarah's using a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water, splashing water up onto the pipe. It's all that steam rising. And this is just going to allow us to handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass again. And then Sarah goes in with that block. Once again, these are carved out of cherry wood, and they're kept in water to help prevent them from burning. Now, right there, you may have seen Gabe just briefly sprayed some water into the glass furnace. And this is going to hopefully pop any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass so that when we gather next time, it's not going to gather any air bubbles onto our glass. And for anyone that recently joined, just to let you guys know, feel free to ask questions. Just raise your hand to grab my attention in any way, and I'll come over and answer those questions for you. And as you can see, Sarah's hanging this glass down at an angle just there. And this has stretched that glass out. It's given us a longer, narrower shape. And then she goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's actually very commonly used in the hot shop. So right here, she's using it on the side of the glass bubble, and this is going to continue to create that long, narrow shape. So right here, you'll notice that Sarah's actually letting this glass cool down quite a bit. And this is in preparation for gathering one more layer of clear glass. And this is the final layer of glass that they will need for this project. So after they gather that, they'll kind of bring it over to this table over here, where you just saw them preparing this graphite mold. They just heated it up, and now Gabe is rubbing some beeswax on it. And they're going to actually roll this glass on that tool. You'll see them do that in just a second. This will give them some different thicknesses of glass all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble in the form of rings. And there's a good view of that pipe cooler that I mentioned earlier. And I want to point this out. Now that this glass is cooling down a little bit, you can start to see that opal white color come back. And like I mentioned earlier, this opal white, when it's hot, is going to kind of lose that color. You won't be able to see it until it's cooled down again like it is right now. So you could tell that this glass is really starting to cool down now because you can start to see that color again. And now they are gathering one more layer of that clear glass. And once again, this is our last layer of glass that we'll need for this project. And they're actually letting some of that glass drip off. This is called a strip gather, just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. And then they come over to this graphite pad, has all of these different graphite pads laying on their sides. It's going to give us grooves on the surface of the glass. And can we have a view of this from the cameras possibly? And now that they have those grooves on the surface of the glass, they've moved over to the center bench where they'll start to blow this out to its full size and start shaping it out into that donut shape. Now this torch that they're using here is probably running around the same temperature as the furnace is at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. They're going to use this torch to apply some extra heat to the back end of the piece, kind of near where the glass is connected to the pipe. And now Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And he's actually going to cut off this little end piece of glass here, just kind of getting rid of some excess thick, clear glass. This is just solid. It doesn't have a bubble inside of it. So this little paddle here, this is made out of graphite. And they're going to use this to start to slowly flatten the bottom of this out as Gabe is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe. And remember, we are going for a donut shape. So they're going to continue to blow and expand the bubble outward, but they're going to try to keep a squat, short shape because they want that donut shape. So next, they will go in with that same pair of jacks that they were using earlier, and they're going to create a jack line now. This is going to be a divot in the glass kind of near the pipe, and this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So this is always an important step in the process, is creating this jack line. Now, just there, Ben was using 2 corkwood paddles to flatten the sides of this piece. And this is most likely to get an oval shape instead of a circular shape, and that may be a little bit hard to imagine, but look from the bottom of the piece rather than the side like we are right now. If you look from the bottom, you'll see that oval shape is starting to take place because of those corkwood paddles. And now Ben holds that glass up after heating it up, and this is slumping that glass back down. It's kind of falling back on itself a little bit, giving them a squatter shape. So now you can really see that oval shape up on the screen, right from the bottom of this piece. So now they're using a wooden paddle to sort of flatten the bottom and to kind of straighten everything out. And now they're going to start pushing the bottom of this piece in using a pair of pachofis, which you'll notice look very similar to the jacks, these 2 metal blades versus these 2 wooden blades that they're using here. And these wooden blades are important because, as you can imagine, the metal would be kind of scratching and gouging at the surface of the glass. Meanwhile, with the wood, they could kind of gently change the shape of what they have. So now they pretty much have 1/2 of this donut complete once they've pressed this hole into the bottom in as much as they want it to go. And over on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is going to get started on a small clear bubble. And this is going to be opened up into a little bit of a bowl shape and then attached to the bottom of this piece at the center bench. And then this is going to allow them to break this piece off, staying attached to that little clear bowl, and then we'll have access to the other side of the piece that's attached to the pipe right now. And if it's a little bit confusing, you'll be able to see that process in just a moment, so no worries. Now, in preparation for breaking a piece off, you'll usually see them torch that connecting area between the pipe and the piece just as they are now. And this is going to prevent any cracks from traveling. We usually use some water to break a piece off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks in the water will travel. So heating up the surrounding area will prevent that. And now as this glass is cooling down, once again, you can start to see that opal white color come back. So over on that left bench, you could see that Gabe is working with a clear bubble, and he's actually just opened up the end of that clear bubble. So now air can go all the way through the pipe and out through that clear bubble that he has over there. And he's going to open this up into a little bit of a bowl shape and then attach it to the bottom of this piece at the center bench. And for those that recently joined, just in case you didn't know, at the center bench is our main project right now. This is going to turn into a sort of donut shape. And right now we have one half of it complete, the lower half, which is furthest away from the pipe. And we have to work on the other side of the piece, which is why we're preparing this clear attachment over on the left bench so we can break this piece off from its original pipe. So as you can see, Gabe has turned that little clear bowl into a bit of an oval shape as well to match the bottom of this piece. We want it to line up and connect pretty evenly on the bottom of this little donut that we have going on. And since this is a little bit of an awkward shape, we're just going to heat up the very ends of the little clear bowl using this super hot handheld torch. And this is going to superheat that connection point. So the rest of the piece is not going to be moving. We just want it to be attached. So now they've attached that clear bowl to the bottom of our main piece. And once they're happy with that connection and everything is secure, they're just going to make sure that pipe is on center and then apply a little bit of water at that connecting point and then tap the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off from its original pipe. So now, as you can see, we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. We now have access to that other side of the piece that was previously connected to the pipe. So now we can mirror the first side that we created of our donut and kind of start to push this other side in as well. Now, since they've just broken this piece off, it's going to take a little bit to heat up that front area of the piece. And at the same time, we have to maintain an even temperature across the entire piece of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock. So every now and then, as they are working with a piece, or even earlier when they were just sitting at the bench with it, kind of letting it rest, they still have to go into the furnace every now and then and heat that up, and that is called flashing, when you go in for a brief amount of time just to make sure that you're keeping everything warm. So now the front end of our piece is pretty nice and warm. So Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And next he goes in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades for those who recently joined. And he hasn't cinched all the way down. He still has an opening that's able to go through and into the piece. And now this little extra piece of glass will be broken off. Sometimes that connection is still pretty hot and kind of gooey in the center, so they have to wait for it to cool down a little bit. All right, since we have had a few new people join in here and there, I just want to reintroduce what we're doing real quick. So right now at the center bench, we're working on creating a sort of donut shape. And we've made 3 of these today. This will be our 3rd one. And this one is a little bit of an odd color. It's an opal white. So as the piece is hot and as we're working with it, we actually won't really be able to see that white color. As it cools down, however, we will be able to see that white color kind of come back a bit, which is interesting. So at the center bench, you can see Ben has just pushed a tool into the bottom of this piece called the Sophietta. The Sophietta is that cone-shaped tool. We usually use it to blow a little bit more air into a piece, but in this case, we don't really need to inflate it anymore. We just needed to press the top in, and this is going to get us closer to that donut shape that we're going for. And now they're going to use a drill with a tungsten bit in the end to drill and melt a hole into the side of this donut. And this is because they're going to close off the opening into this donut. We don't want to create a vacuum inside of the glass. We don't want it to implode on itself from that vacuum. So this is going to help prevent that. And this super small handheld torch here, I want to point out this every time because it's so interesting, but this is actually the hottest item in our hot shop despite how small it is. That focused flame can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of our molten glass. It's over double the heat of our furnaces, which are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So they've superheated the center of this donut, and they've gone in with a pair of tweezers, and they're slowly kind of widening that hole. So now they actually have a hole going all the way through the bottom of the donut, and it's going into that clear section that's attached to the pipe, and even then it can go through the pipe and back out the other end. So we have air that can go all the way through the pipe, through the donut, back out the end. And welcome to those that just joined. Just wanted to let you guys know right now we're working on creating just a hollow form. This is supposed to be a donut shape of some sort, and this is the third one that we're making today. So we've made multiple of them. They've all been different colors. This one is an opal white, and it's kind of hard to see the opal white when it's hot. It kind of disappears, so we'll be able to see it stronger a little bit later on, kind of right before we put the piece away when it'll be at its coldest. We can't let the glass drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, otherwise it could crack and break from thermal shock. And since a lot of you guys didn't get to see the beginning of the process, I'll just point out our glass furnace is right here in the back with the large tank with the closed doors here. That's one of our glass furnaces. And those hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. And they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And our furnaces are all clear, so we applied the color after gathering our first layer of clear. And this was through something called a color dropper color overlay. And in my hand, I have a little piece of color bar. This is just some solid colored glass. We melt it down and we drop it onto a small clear bubble, and then we spread it over top of that bubble, and it creates that layer of color across our entire piece. And I mentioned the temperature of the glass furnace, so the furnaces at our benches, these are only for reheating. They don't have any glass inside of them. And these are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So if I haven't mentioned already, this is a nozzle that blows some compressed air, and they're actually going to use it to blow air inside of that little hole that they drilled on the side of the donut, and you could see that it expanded the donut just a little bit by a little bit. They wanted to puff it up, make it just a little bit bigger. But sometimes they'll use that compressed air to cool down certain areas of the glass as well. So now you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off because you'll see someone get dressed up in these special gloves and maybe even a face protecting shield. These gloves are Kevlar. They will protect the artist from the glass as they pick it up off the end of the pipe. And I've been told that this is the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. And once again, usually in preparation for breaking a piece off the pipe, you'll see them torch that connecting area before applying a little bit of water to crack and break that connection point with a thermal shock. And then tapping the pipe will break that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Now that was our third one completed. This is going into the annealer with the rest of them, where it will stay at a steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool everything down. We simply press a button, then it cools down usually about overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see that piece until tomorrow. And does anyone have any final questions before we go on our lunch break? All right, we will be back in about 1 hour from now. So at around 2 p.m. and then we'll blow glass all the way until 5 p.m. So feel free to join back in. And thank you for stopping by. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. If you were here earlier today, we were working on some sort of experimental projects. We were making these large sort of donut shapes, and now we're going to move on to another experimental project. This one they've told me is going to be a more rectangular shape, maybe kind of like a handbag shape. We're going to see what they do to get this shape, but to start us off, they're going to get their color for this piece. And this is going to, first of all, start with something called a color drop or color overlay. And then they're actually going to create a cup out of this. And I'll pull up a diagram to explain this better as well. But they're going to create a cup, and this is called a color cup. And then they will stuff a bubble inside of that cup. And this is going to leave us with a layer of color on the very outside of our piece. So do we have a stuffed cup diagram we could show them? Oh yeah, there's someone I'm talking to with my microphone, by the way. I'm not just talking to you guys. Perfect. So up on the screen, you'll see a diagram of a stuffed cup. This will just help with the visuals a little bit. So they're going to create that color cup on the bottom there first, and then they'll create a second bubble and stuff it inside of that color cup, and this is going to leave us with that layer of color on like the very outside of the piece. You'll see how it turns out. And to start us off, I'll also give a little overview of the hot shop. So just to point out our first furnace, you'll probably see them gathering many times from this furnace, but right here on the left, this is our glass furnace, the large tank with the closed door. And this holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and runs at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have a second one over on the right, but it looks like it might be charging or melting some new glass. And then we have our open face furnaces at each bench. These are for reheating only. We have 2 of them on today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. But these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter than our glass furnace. And as you'll see with our glass furnace, the texture of that molten glass is a lot like honey. So all we do to pick it up on the end of our pipe is simply stick our pipe into that glass and then turn. Kind of imagine inside of the tank, just like on the screen, we have just a large pool of molten glass. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I will come right over and answer that question. Oh, and I'll mention as well that they usually start their projects on the side benches, and then they'll bring it over to the center bench, and then they'll blow it out fully and shape it and do anything they need to it at the center bench. But they always start it on the side benches. So up on the screen, you can see they're dropping that color on top of a small clear bubble. And this is that first step to our color overlay process. Now they'll start to push that color back and completely cover that clear bubble. And this is going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. We have some pieces that were made yesterday in the hot shop, and these have that same really smooth, even layer of color. You can see there's not any speckling or anything. And this nozzle here, this is blowing some compressed air onto the glass. This will cool it down a little bit more rapidly than if we were to just let it sit at room temperature. And now that we have this layer of color, you can see it's very smooth, and we have fully applied that to the clear bubble. We will have to gather more layers of clear glass over top of this to kind of build up mass for the piece. And remember, this is going to be a color cup, so this isn't even our final product. This is going to have a couple more layers of clear to build up mass, and then they'll blow it out and turn it into that cup. And you just saw there that they dumped a little bit of that glass into a large bucket next to the furnace. And this is usually a strip gather, so this is just them letting some of that glass fall off. They want only part of that glass that they gathered. And right here, sometimes we'll gather up little imperfections or air bubbles inside of the tank, and so it looks like Nick is just picking those off a little bit before he continues. And this specific piece is going to be the first of its kind today. Earlier, just as I just mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I think there's a couple of new people. Earlier we were making some donuts, but now this is going to become a sort of purse shape, sort of geometric blown form. And after heating that glass up one more time, Nick is now going in with a wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called the block. These are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. That block will actually cool the surface of the glass because it's wet and a little bit cold. And so when we blow the bubble, make sure it blows out evenly because of that little hard crusted layer of cooler glass. And you'll see Nick use the newspapers a few times here and there as well. That's that stack of newspaper. It has some char on it. And these are soaked in water as well. And this is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass, is by using those newspapers. So the different colors we get shipped in, so I don't see the mixing process itself, but it's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. So just to give you an example, cobalt can be mixed into glass to get a cobalt blue. You may have heard of that one before. And then one of our more expensive colors that we use is a sort of pinkish red, cranberry red, ruby red, and this comes from gold chloride. So most of our tools are made out of steel, stainless steel, but we also have some graphite tools and of course a lot of wooden tools. And then we even have some molds that are made from other materials like wood, or if we want to get really crazy, I think I've seen people blow into sculpted like watermelon and potatoes even. So this tool that Nick has been using on and off here, these are the jacks, those two metal blades. And he's actually carved a jack line into the glass, which is the divot in between that bubble and the pipe now. It's a little bit hard to see from this angle, but you can imagine it's, oh yeah, we just saw a good angle of it there. So we have that divot near the connection to the pipe. This is where we will remove this piece of glass from the pipe just a little bit later on down the line. And this cup, as you may remember from the diagram, is going to continue to have that round bottom. So we don't really need to alter the bottom very much. We just need to blow it out to the correct size. And right there, that was pretty quick, but Nick actually marked the bottom of that bubble using another little piece of glass. And he was just marking the center so that this second pipe that they attach to the bottom can be centered to the bottom of this bubble properly. And speaking of that second pipe, that is what Gabe is about to bring over. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This one is a really simple one. It just has a small clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe. So this will be attached. And then all they have to do to break this little bubble off is apply a little bit of pressure to that jack line, that little divot, as you may remember. So he's applying pressure with the jacks, and then he taps the pipe, and that breaks it cleanly off. And if you're a little confused by that, the tool is colder than the glass. The glass is kind of cold at this point as well, maybe around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So squeezing it really hard on the glass is actually causing some small fractures and cracks in that area. And then when we tap the pipe, this is causing a vibration that travels to those small cracks. So now from here, they're just going to heat up the other side of this piece right around that opening, and then they'll be able to start to open this up and get those straight walls for the cup. And now after heating up the front half of this piece, Nick goes back in with that pair of jacks and is able to open this cup up pretty quickly. So the people that you'll see blowing glass today on our hot shop floor, all of them have over 20 years of experience individually. And so they pretty much have a muscle memory when it comes to certain things, such as heating the glass up or knowing how much that they need for certain things. But if you were to look inside of the furnace as you're heating something up, you usually watch for movement. So if it's barely moving, it might not be hot enough. If it's moving a lot, then it's kind of out of control. You've heated it up too much. So you kind of go for the Goldilocks zone. You want to go right in the middle of that. Just look for the movement. And at the center bench here, it looks like Gabe is getting started on that bubble that's going to be stuffed inside of that color cup that they just made over on the left bench. And just in case we have a few new people in the hot shop, can I have that stuff cup diagram up on the screen, please? So once again, up on the screen, we have that stuff cup diagram. Just as a little reminder, we've made that color cup over on the left bench. And at the center bench, Gabe is getting started on that inside bubble. It's going to be stuffed inside of the cup, and it will leave us with a layer of color on the very outside of our piece. Now, once again, if there's any imperfections in the glass, such as small air bubbles or just little particles, they're going to pick those out just after they gather and then cut off those little excess bits of glass containing the imperfections. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands through that pipe. And so over there, Gabe is actually using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe and it cools it down pretty rapidly. So now we'll be able to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass. You'll usually see them use it after gathering clear because if you watch, they have to go kind of deep into that furnace to reach the clear glass sometimes, and that heat is directly touching the pipe from inside of the furnace. And if you haven't noticed already, you'll notice we have been letting our glass sit and rest and kind of cool down quite a bit in between each layer of clear glass that we're gathering from the furnace. And this is so we don't lose the shape of what we already have. And we also, when we come out of that clear glass furnace, it's heated up everything that we have quite a bit. So if it were already hot when we're going in, then it's kind of just moving around too much, kind of flopping around. And we do have a bubble inside of this glass as well. And so that would mean that the wall of the glass is thinner. It might heat up a little bit faster. There's just many reasons why we should let this cool down before we go into that clear glass tank. So if you didn't see them using this tool earlier, I'll mention it again. This is a stack of newspaper soaked in water. Sounds very simple, maybe kind of odd to use with glass art, but it's actually pretty common. It's very close to using our hands, as you could see. It's going to allow us to shape that glass pretty much with our hands. And now, instead of having that round, kind of wide shape of the glass, we have a lot more of a narrow, long shape. So now they will be gathering one more time over top of that bubble that they just created at the center bench. And they're actually going to knock this cup off. They're going to break it off the pipe, and they're going to set it upright inside of a heated ring. And that's just going to hold it upright and stable as they stuff that bubble inside of it. So here comes Gabe with that ring. He'll just set it on the floor next to the center bench. And now they will tap this little cup off. It'll just sit right upright in that little mold. And since they just gathered that fresh layer of clear on that bubble, this bubble is going to be super nice and hot. It's going to stick to the inside of this cup very easily. They allow it to elongate and then touch the bottom of the inside of the cup. And then as they press down, you can see it's slowly filling the cup up from the inside as it touches down on those walls. And now they have those two pieces of glass assembled. They have that layer of color on the very outside of the piece. And they're going to work on touching the cup down all the way around the bubble. There's just a little bit of an overhang, there always is. And so they're going to roll it on this large metal table right here called the marver. So you can see as they're rolling, that cup is very slowly touching down around the rest of the bubble. And they're going to do this a few times. And they're going to apply an even pressure across the entire bubble, even though it's already touched down on the majority of it. They don't want to heat up one area more than another or cool down one area more than another. They want to keep that heat balanced. And just like our furnaces, this torch that was just ignited up here, this is running at around that same temperature as the furnaces, maybe around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch is going to allow them to apply some extra heat to a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside the furnace. So in this case, you can see the back end of the piece is kind of cold where it's connected to the pipe. So they're going to have to start heating that area up to even out that heat. There's a little bit of extra clear on the very end of the bubble from where they broke that cup off from its original pipe earlier. And now it looks like Ben has gone back over to that marver, and they're going to start using this marver to shape the bubble. And as they're touching the glass down to this metal table, you can imagine the metal is pretty cold against that really hot glass. So this is also cooling down certain areas of the glass and creating almost a crust of harder glass. So they can use the marver to choose which areas they want to blow out more than others by cooling down certain areas of the glass. And now Ben will use this stack of newspapers as Nick blows into the end of the hollow pipe, so you'll slowly start to see that glass expand and get a little bit bigger. And right there, Gabe was just preheating the pair of blades that Ben is about to start using here. These are the jacks. And he's going to create a jack line in the glass. That's that divot you see forming in between the pipe and the rest of the bubble. And this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. You may remember that jack line from the color cup earlier on the left bench as well. Just the same idea. And I will point out, you notice that they made the jack line below where the clear and that color cup are connecting. So they are going to be cutting off that clear and any of the imperfections from that color cup, and they're just leaving it the pure color on the piece itself. And next, Ben is using 2 corkwood paddles to flatten 2 sides of this piece. And as you may remember from my description earlier, this is supposed to end up a sort of purse shape, like a geometric bag almost. So as you can see, when we press the glass in one direction, it kind of tries to move in another direction. And this is because the glass is a liquid in this state. It is kind of like a taffy, putty texture. So if we just press from one side, it's going to push out another because it wants to be a smooth, round shape. So we have to keep editing and pushing the glass in different directions. Sometimes we even have to use two tools at the same time to push it from both directions and really force it into a geometric shape. But in this case, they may not be looking for a perfect, exact geometric shape. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of shears. And you could just imagine these as some glass scissors. Looks like he's pulling the corners out to give it a little bit of a sharper shape, almost like a bag. And after cutting that bottom piece off, you can see that we're left with a pretty geometric shape. They have those nice crisp corners. And I know most of you were here for the color application process right in the beginning, but I'll just point out that the piece is so hot that it's kind of glowing orange at the bottom, but you can sort of see a gradient and you could see the true color kind of near its connection to the pipe. It looks like this piece may be a green. So it looks like they've finished the bottom of this piece, and so they're going to start preparing a second pipe over on that left bench. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of this piece, right on that flat side they just created. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And this is just going to allow us to break this piece off from its original pipe and give us access to that other side. So in this case, it would be the top of the bag that we're needing access to. And then to break this piece off from that pipe, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. The water is causing a little bit of shocking and cracking on the surface of the glass, and then tapping the pipe will create a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaks it cleanly off. And now we have an opening on that side. They may open it up a little bit. They may close it off. We'll see what they do with this piece since this is an experimental piece. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention and I'll come right over. So to just widen this opening a little bit, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades once again, and is just widening this opening into a circle. And it looks like they are going to open this fully up and they're going to kind of create some more corners to mirror the bottom of the bag. And to widen these edges and to get that nice crisp look, it looks like Ben is going to put a paddle on the inside of the piece and then just slowly move this wall outward. Now, because that glass was so hot and we have to constantly keep it turning to make sure that it's not going to fall off center, you could see that we created a little bit of centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from that spinning. And that's why the opening was kind of flared out like that when Gabe came out of the furnace. And now Ben is actually cutting the top of this piece off using a pair of shears. Now we have a little bit more of a pillow shape. And this is what we did for the bottom of the piece as well for anyone who wasn't here earlier. We actually cut pretty much the entirety of the bottom of that bubble off, and that's how we got those really nice crisp corners and a nice flat bottom. And this small handheld torch here, earlier I mentioned the furnaces are between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but this torch is actually double that heat. It can get up to around 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up a small area of glass, and it allows us to get some finer details in our artwork usually. So the way that they described this piece to me is just a sort of experimental blown form, but they said that the shape is kind of like a satchel or maybe a handbag. To me, it kind of looks like a pillow. And like I said, these are kind of experimental shapes. We've been working on some earlier today as well, but those ones were all donut shapes. This is the first one of its kind today. So as you can see, they just attached a second pipe to the side, and then they pulled away from the rest of the piece, and this actually stretched out some of that glass, but it stretched it out in such a way that it was hollow. So it was basically pulling air from the inside of the piece as well, just a little bit. So when they broke that little end piece off, now they actually have a small opening into the side of this piece. And that's actually really important that we have an opening into any enclosed form, such as this one. Otherwise, we're creating a vacuum with that sealed off bubble inside of the glass. And that could actually implode on itself at a later time, especially if we didn't heat it or cool it properly. So now that we have this opening, this is going to make sure that this glass piece stays safe later on, and we don't have that vacuum. So these are two wooden paddles. We have some cork paddles and we have some wooden paddles laid out. And the wooden ones, I believe, have a little bit of a flatter surface. The cork ones have almost a curve in them. You can see the cork ones are these rounder shaped ones here. So you may see them use these again a little bit later on. We'll see. But we actually do have a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop. And these are useful in many cases, especially because wood is an insulating material. So if we touch wood to glass, it's a lot less likely to shock or crack that glass because of a temperature difference. So the wood isn't going to cool the glass down. So here, Ben is using those corkwood paddles, and you can see they have a little bit of curvature in them. Right in the center there, they kind of dip down. And this tool right here, this is the Sophietta. And they sometimes just call it the Sophie to make it quick, but the Sophietta is going to allow them to blow a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from a hollow pipe. So right now it's attached to a solid pipe. The only opening we have is that one in the side. So the cone blocks off that opening, and then they blow a little bit more air in through that little nozzle attached to the cone. And usually before breaking a piece off the pipe, you'll see them torch that connecting area right around where the pipe is attached to the piece. They want to see a little bit of movement in there before they go to break that off. So there you can see it moving a little bit. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to break something off because you'll see someone get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow the artist to pick the piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, causing some shocking and cracking, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece there. This was an experimental piece here. This is going into the annealer, which is that large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And I always like to clarify that it's staying at a steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit. We press a button and then it slowly cools down. So we could put as many pieces as we want in there. It'll stay at that warm temperature, and then we cool them all down at the same time.
So I just wanted to say something about that piece, because here at the museum we've probably made probably close to 1 million different vase shapes, and every proportion of bowl, every single kind of cup. So sometimes we just like to make some weird stuff that's never really been made out of glass. So Ben he's been kind of feeling it today and just making some, just kind of a object exploration. So we're not making like, sometimes people are like, what are you making? What do you use it for? We're just making stuff to see what this material can do. So that's like to make, a nice clean vase shape, it's not easy. But to, make something that's like never been made before is even harder sometimes. So just so you guys understand, like, why are they making these weird things? Because Ben's been doing this for 30 years. I've been doing it for 27 years. Yeah, we've made just about everything you can make, so except for money.
So now we do still have an hour and a half left of our time till the museum closes, so we will be making another piece. We'll usually start over on the side benches, and then we'll bring the bubble over to the center bench to be blown out and turned into its final form. So up on the screen, we have a view of that left bench. You'll see them apply some color to a small clear bubble. This process is called a color drop or color overlay, just to point that out. And so Gabe has a small amount of clear on the end of a pipe. And he's actually going into this little box on the wall that has been preheating color inside of it up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And he's picking up a piece of that color on the end of his pipe. Just saw that there. Now he'll heat this up until it's molten so he can shape it into the shape that he needs to drop it on top of that little clear bubble. So as you can see, the person sitting down at the bench, Nick, has a small clear bubble on the end of a hollow pipe. And Gabe is heating up that color. And this is going to be dropped right on top of that small clear bubble that Nick has before being spread over top and creating that really smooth, even layer of color for our piece. And to drop that color on top, they always have to hold that clear bubble upright so that it is literally dropped right on top. And as you may notice, that color was applied really hot, but the small clear bubble is actually pretty cold right now. And this is going to allow them to really push that color over top without changing the shape of that clear bubble that they already have. And to roll this color back over that clear bubble, Nick has been using the Marver, which is that small metal table. And we have these throughout the hot shop, but we also have this really large one at the center bench, which I'll point out. And we will probably be using that a little bit later on. And welcome to anyone who just joined our hot shop. Over on that left bench, you could see that they have a small green bubble. They've just attached a pipe to the bottom of it. And this means that they're going to break this bubble off from its original pipe. And this will give them access to the other side of it. So we'll have an opening on that side. We'll be able to open it up into a cup. And this cup is eventually going to have yet another bubble stuffed inside of it. And this bubble is being prepared by Ben, who is going to gather out of the furnace in the back on the left side of the hot shop there. And speaking of that furnace, for those who haven't heard of it yet, this is our glass furnace, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it runs at a very steady 2150, 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So on that left bench, you could see that Nick has fully opened this cup up. And once again, the bubble that Ben is creating at the center bench is eventually going to be stuffed inside of that cup. And this is going to give us a layer of color on the very outside of our piece, or on the very outside of our bubble. And in between gathering layers of clear glass, we will let that rest and cool down quite a bit before we gather from that clear furnace. And right there, you just saw Ben gather one layer of clear, but he actually allowed a lot of it to drip right back off the end of the bubble as well. This is called a strip gather. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. Sometimes it could be because they're going for very specific amounts of glass. Sometimes it's to superheat the surface of the glass. So whenever the glass is hot, it will glow a bright orange, and then as it slowly cools down, it turns to kind of a red. And then finally, at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, when the glass is hard or cooler at room temperature, you will be able to see the true color of the glass. In this case, it looks like this glass is going to be a green. And you could kind of think of it like lava. That's the way I like to describe the hot glass. Lava, as you know, is just melted rock. As it cools down, it'll turn black or gray, but when it's hot, it is orange. So same case in the hot shop. And at the center bench, I'd like to point out that Ben is actually using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And he's turned that round bubble into a really long, narrow shape instead. So now we have a sort of tapered, long bubble. And this is going to help us with stuffing that bubble inside of the cup that we have over here. We want it to have a longer shape so that it doesn't tag the sides of the cup as we lower it down. We want it to hit the bottom first and then slowly fill it up. And after letting that bubble at the center bench cool down just a bit, they are gathering one more layer of clear glass over top of what they already have. And this is going to superheat the surface of this glass bubble and really allow it to stick to the inside of that cup. And once again, they are doing a strip gather, as you can see, just letting a lot of that glass drip right off the end. So now they've brought that cup over to the center bench, and they've also placed a heated ring on the floor next to the center bench. So they're going to knock this cup off and place it into that heated ring, and this will hold it upright and centered so that they could stuff that bubble inside. So now you can see Nick is using a pair of shears and cutting at that connection. And then this is tapped off into Gabe's gloves. And now it is being held upright. as they will drop that bubble down inside of the cup. And now you can see how that long shape is really going to help them out. It's going to touch the bottom of the cup first, and then as they press down, it slowly starts to fill up the sides of the cup. And I may have mentioned this earlier, but this large metal table here is called the marver. And Ben is rolling that glass on the marver and making sure that the cup is fully touched down on the sides of the bubble, kind of shaping this glass out. And this marver is also a cold metal table, as you can imagine, versus this really hot molten glass. So it's going to sort of cool down the glass wherever it touches. And sometimes this can be purposeful, sometimes it could just be a side product. But if they're cooling the glass down purposefully, this will make it so that it blows out more in certain areas than others. And as you can see, when they hang the glass and the pipe down at an angle like that, this is going to stretch this glass out, creating a longer and kind of thinner shape. And you can see they just blew that glass out pretty quickly as well here. It's always pretty quick, so it's very easy to miss. But that is one example of them actually blowing into this piece, and it was expanding and getting a little bit bigger. And next, you will probably see them create something called the jack line. So in Ben's hands, he has a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and he's going to start carving a line into the glass, kind of near that connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And that nozzle that they briefly used there, this is just blowing some compressed air. You'll see them use it here and there to cool the glass down, which is what they were just doing there. They were cooling the connection down so that it stopped moving as much as it was there. And just in case anyone didn't know, these are some experimental blown forms, so these aren't really supposed to have a specific purpose or specific shape. The last one we made was a sort of satchel or pillow shape with a hole through the side. And this one, who knows what it could be. We also made some donuts earlier today, like some donut shapes. They didn't even have an opening in them, so this could be anything. Now, you may have seen these used earlier already, but these are just two wooden paddles. And this allows the artist to apply pressure to two sides at the same time and flatten this piece out. So it looks like this piece is also going to be a little bit of a geometric shape, kind of like that last one that we made, the one that was shaped like a satchel or a pillow. Sorry, a satchet? I don't know. Satchel. And just like the sides of this piece, they're going to flatten the bottom of this piece as well. And to get those really nice crisp corners that they had earlier, they're going to pull the corners of this piece out. And earlier they actually cut off the entire bottom of the piece. I'm not sure if they'll do that again or if they'll just cut off the corners there. So now after just superheating the bottom of this piece, they're going to be able to go in and cut off those little corners. And then they're also going to cut straight across the bottom and cut that bottom off right where it's super hot. Oh, or not. And while they're flattening the sides of this piece, behind the scenes, we're also keeping the pipe covered on the end because it is like a straw. Air can come in and air can come out. So if we're applying pressure to the piece, the air can actually escape the piece. And so to prevent that, we're doing something called capping. We're just keeping our finger capped on the end of the pipe, preventing that air from coming out. And the bottom of this piece is the part that is furthest away from the pipe currently. So it looks like they're flattening the bottom just a little bit as they continue to straighten up those sides. And this is going to give this piece a nice resting place. And now since the bottom of this piece is done, they're going to prepare a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of this piece at the center bench. And they will break this piece off from the pipe it's currently attached to. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece that is currently attached to the pipe once again. And before breaking a piece off of any pipe, you'll usually see them torching that connection area just like Ben is right now. So now Gabe has just come over with that second pipe. And the second pipe that we attached to a piece, if I didn't mention already, is called the punty. Once again, this is a very simple punty. It just has this little clear attachment on the end. And after making sure that this pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece, they will apply a little bit of water to that previous connecting area. And this is going to cause some shocking and cracking right in that small area of the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they just have to heat up this other end of the piece, and then they'll be able to open that up. Last time they opened it up, and then they completely closed it off, and then it kind of took on the shape of a pillow. So we'll see what they do with it this time. Now at this point, the piece is still cold, but that connection is still hot. So they'll come back and they're just making sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece, because that can really mess a piece up later on down the line if you're trying to center one half to the other and the pipe is off center. It's just not possible. And now that they've superheated the front of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and pinching and pulling the opening of this piece out a little bit. And this is just going to get rid of some excess imperfect glass. Whenever we break a piece off the pipe, it always breaks just a little bit unevenly. We have some clear exposed. So now Ben has trimmed all of that excess glass off using a pair of shears. And now to further open this piece up, they're going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, once again. And they're going to open this piece up. You'll notice that the opening of this piece is circular, but they are going to square it off to match the lower half of the piece again. And the way that they're going to do that, looks like they may go in with that graphite paddle, but they have to heat it up again. So now to open this piece fully up, looks like Ben is actually going in with a wooden paddle. And he's able to just push those two sides out only. And just like that last piece we made, it looks like they are going to heat up the very end or the very opening of this piece, and they're going to close it off, kind of connect those two walls together. And then they'll be able to cut off a little bit of excess glass and just kind of match it to the lower half of the piece that they made. So now after superheating the opening of this piece, looks like Ben is going to go in with a pair of jacks and just cinch the end barely closed and then cut off that excess little bit of glass with a pair of shears. And this is going to leave them with some corners much like the ones that they have at the bottom of the piece. And of course, right after cutting glass, we have some pretty sharp edges, so they're always going to correct that. They're going to smooth it out, melt those edges down, make sure nothing is sharp. And right now, we do technically have a vacuum in this glass because the glass is completely sealed around a bubble. There's a bubble inside that has no escape. It has created a vacuum, so if we let this cool down as is, it could implode on itself at a later date. And so we will have to create an opening in this piece to prevent that vacuum. Now, I always like to mention this little torch whenever it comes out. Some of you may have already heard me talk about it, but for those who are new, this torch is the hottest item in the hot shop. And this torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, that's over double the heat of the furnaces. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to heat up very small areas of glass at a time and allow them to get some finer details in their artwork. You'll see them use it later on to drill that hole into the side of the piece as well. So to kind of match the bottom half of this object, they're going to go back in with those two flat wooden paddles and start to flatten the bottom a little bit and just make sure that those sides stay nice and straight as they continue working with this glass. And we'll come back into the hot shop to those who just joined. As you can see, we're working on a project that's very similar to that last one we did. This is also going to be that nice geometric sort of bag shape. So now you'll see them use this small handheld hot torch again. And looks like they're going to heat up a small area on just one of the faces of this piece. And this is going to allow them to get that hole in the side of the piece to prevent a vacuum. And now that we have that hot little spot of glass on the side of the piece, what will happen next is a small pipe will be brought over with a little clear attachment, and this will be attached right on top of that hot area of the glass. And then as they pull away, this is just going to stretch that small area out. And of course, as they pull away, this is kind of pulling some air along with it because the walls are kind of thin. And so now when they break this small piece off from the side, like they are right here, this is actually going to open up a small hole in the side of the piece. And from here, they're going to edit this hole a little bit. They're going to open it up a little bit further, clean it up, make it look good. Right now, they've just broken off that little end piece, and so it looks a little bit jagged. It looks a little bit uneven. They're going to fix that up. And I just want to remind you guys that if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And next, this tool that's being used, this is the Sophietta. Looks like they didn't quite use it yet, or if they did, it was very brief. But this is a tool where the cone will block off the opening to a piece, and it allows us to blow a little bit more air in after it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So right now it is attached to a solid pipe, and the only opening we have is that hole in the side. So if we want to inflate it, we have to use that opening, and we have to use the Sophietta to do so. And once again, before breaking a piece off of its pipe, you'll usually see the artist torch that connecting area between the piece and the pipe. And you will also see someone get suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, which will happen over close to the right side of the hot shop. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, they apply some water to that connecting area and tap the pipe. And that is that piece finished. This is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. You could see our previous creation in there as well in the corner. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that last piece there. So this is going to rest in the annealer at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It'll stay at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then slowly cool down with the press of a button. And does anyone have any questions? All right, well, we have about 15 minutes left. Well, actually about 20 minutes left, but I don't think we're going to be making any other big pieces today.